Okay, I'd like to call this meeting to order. The Park County Commissioners, if you would please stand and recite the pledge of allegiance. Mr. Mango.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you all for coming. Commissioner Oldfield is absent today. She has the pleasure of being with her granddaughter at a national shooting event, so she had to take advantage of that. So first we have an agenda is the consent agenda, and one of the things I might add is let me find it here. So commissioners, on the approved agenda and approve and sign that 26 EPS interagency agreement. I spoke via email with Mr. Odie, and that has been approved by Mr. Skork as to form.
Okay.
So that's just to justify that. So on the consent agenda, we have approved minutes from the March 3rd, 26 Park County clerk. Approve payroll, approve vouchers, approve and sign monthly earning and collection statements for the clerk of district court and sheriff, approve state shooting complex joint powers board add, approve and sign BPE law group lease, approve and sign the 2026 PB interagency agreement. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Okay, so we have been moved and approved to approve the consent agenda. Any more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. We have the Park County Commissioner, the development standards and regulations. Unfortunately, unless anybody has anything to add, Dossie's kind of the chairperson on that. Anybody have anything to add on that?
Mr. Chair, I just briefly, the update that we got this morning, just that the P and Z Commission and the TAG continue to meet. We met again last week, continued to work through the uses table. And we've got a lot of good feedback from both groups. And then we have work sessions coming up with P and Z Commission on April 29th and April 30th. To kind of continue working through the uses and the tables. So that's kind of where we are right now.
Okay. Okay, we're a little early, but we have, we'll open up to public comment on agenda and non-agenda items. If you're here to speak about one of the upcoming public hearings, that's fine. If you would like to speak to anything else, on the agenda or non-agenda items, you're welcome to come forward to speak. We do ask if anybody does speak today that you come forward and use the microphone to state your name for the record, and then you'll have 2 minutes to talk. And there is a lot of people. We don't know how much we'll get through. So again, if you are here to speak, again, state your name for the record, keep the mic close so we can record it, and then keep yourself to 2 minutes if possible. We will time you, and it's not to be rude. It's just we want to make sure we keep this process rolling. So if anybody has anything to say, please feel free. This could be non-agenda items or agenda items.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Just as a point of clarification on if people are here to speak about any of the agenda items that are on here, they're public hearings, so there'll be opportunity for them to speak at that time as well. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Oh, come forward, sir, please. Or, oh, no,
Speak on
Anything.
anything,
Sorry?
anything.
Then it's on the agenda today, not at a specific time. Okay, I mean, the one about adding a stage was supposed to be at 9.
Right.
That's correct. And so on our agenda, we try to leave enough time for everything. And sometimes things move faster, sometimes things move slower. So we have a little bit of dead time if we don't have people here that want to talk. But if
About adding a stage, then this is the time to do it.
correct, I think it'd be better to,
Mr. Chairman, I do, when we mentioned this, I see some confused looks out in the audience and about 3 months ago, 4 months ago, we added about a 10-minute segment to the beginning of our commissioner meeting to open it up to the public. Anything you want to talk, you want to come and just cuss us all out, you can do that. If you have a project that you'd like us to really look at, bring that ahead. And as the chairman mentioned, they can be agenda or non-agenda items. I know somebody seems new, but we're trying to be transparent and be open. And it actually came from Zach here from the paper a little bit as a request for the public to be in engagement in the county issues. So that's what this immediate item right now is. You can come up and you had a bump in your road, let us know. Vent. That's what it's for.
And the other thing I'll mention is, because we have a pretty crowded room, rather than come up, Kelly has a microphone. She can pass that to you, so you don't have to come all the way up and move past. We can try to roll a little bit faster. She can just hand you the mic for anything you want to talk about at this point. Right behind you, Kelly.
Yeah, and I'm gonna come up there. That's worked very good for me to sit up one place where I'll get up there.
We're having a hard time hearing that. That's why I moved over.
Okay,
So these could Trump microphones. Thank you.
so for the board, let's try to get our mics a little closer and stuff. And again, if you come up or have anything to say, just make sure and keep the microphone close and state your name for the record.
Okay, commissioners, appreciate the opportunity, having this opportunity to, let my concerns known about the Paddock Estates situation. And my name is Richard Jones. I'm not the Richard Jones who runs the political office, or I think was on P&Z, to make that plain. And then I think most of us here have never been to a commissioner's meeting. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah,
Yeah.
now we can.
So we didn't know about the 2-minute thing. So my comments would probably be a little longer than 2 minutes. But you were saying that there's going to be an opportunity to have longer comments at some point? Is that my understanding?
Well, we're going to hold everybody to 2 minutes, but unless somebody wants to step up, and we'll give you a little bit more time now, but we got to keep it pretty much to 2 minutes.
Okay, that's fine. Well, I mean, yeah, we didn't really know that. So I mean,
Yeah.
Unfortunately, my comments were probably going to go a little longer.
And
than
I would
that.
say if you have more comments, just email us those if you haven't.
Okay, yeah, yeah. So anyway, well, we'll get going then. I mean, it was less than 3 weeks ago that we even got this letter. And, there's been, to notify us about this fairly major change to our community that's been proposed. And basically all that letter said was that there was a Mr. Ventling that wanted to consolidate several large existing lots and cut up some littler ones, make it one big lot, and that would be open to half-acre subdivision. That's basically all the information that was given in that letter. So that's all we really can go on at this time. And if that's the case, that 17-acre parcel could, you could pack in 25, 30 houses in that that parcel, and that may be I mean, that would make a major change to our community. Some of these I'm going to skip through because I did have a little longer comments to make. I mean, folks have lived in Paddock Estate was established 60 years ago, and it's remained relatively unchanged during those 60 years. And people have been very proud to call that home or that time. I mean, there's several families that have lived there 50 plus years, like, the family where the property in question is, the Roger and Love Murray. And Roger was the pharmacist, Cody Drug, started Love's Furniture, kitchen and gifts. I mean, they were savvy business people. They never
Okay.
really.
So I need to give you a few more minutes, just another like 30 seconds or so, because we're gonna have to.
Yeah,
wrap
see,
up.
I mean, most folks, and I don't know, hopefully we'll have a chance to talk a little bit more, because I mean, I'm not a Madison Avenue advertising guy and cut my, stuff into little sound bites. I mean, obviously I put a lot of effort into making my concerns known to the commissioners. As you, Commissioner Stewart, you're with your law enforcement career like mine, we have run into people that, say they would never think of doing something. and never intended to. And then you come to find out that, in fact, they did do it and they intended to keep doing it as long as you didn't stop them.
Okay.
People like us. So, unfortunately, I mean, I've put a lot of time and effort into this. A lot of folks have not had that opportunity being out of town or dealing with medical things, or one family had a loss in the family this last week, dealing with funeral. So, I mean, I would suggest that the commissioners give an opportunity for more public comment on this, because I'm feeling there is going to be a lot of it.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Do we have anybody else that would like to speak?
Sorry.
My name is Robert Crooks. I live on Equine Drive, which is the,
Stay close. We're having some sound issues this morning for some reason.
yes, my name is Robert Crooks. I live on Equine Drive in Paddock Estates. And I would agree with the things Richard said. And just add my input that if we start doing subdivisions out there, I'm not aware of anything that's half acre in the county. There may be, but I don't think that's common. That's more something that you would see in the city. And most of us who have lived there a long time, I've lived there over 30 years, choose to live out in the county for the more open spaces. And if half acre lots are appropriate for a city, but I just believe that this, what I know, which is not very much, of this subdivision plan, what I know of it is it's not appropriate for a rural subdivision. And I would like to see that plan changed or modified significantly, so it's more in keeping with the type of neighborhood we've enjoyed out there for all these years. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I can be brief. Hi, my name is Sean Childers, and I'm speaking on behalf of my mother, Sandra Childers, who owns a property right next door to Mr. Ventling's property. My mother and I echo a lot of the sentiments that have been expressed about changing the neighborhood. I've had lots of conversations with the neighbors as well. We are concerned about any changes that have to do with the subdivision. I've read through the current covenants of the subdivision, and it's my understanding that they do remain in effect today, and they're relevant to this discussion. Those covenants describe lots within Paddock Estates as residential lots with single dwellings allowed per lot, and they help preserve the low density rural type character that we've all come to know and love for such a long time. I certainly understand that Mr. Ventling's, goal is to reclassify his property as agriculture for certainly for tax breaks. Makes a lot of sense. But the problem with that is once it's out of our subdivision, then it's no longer subject to the covenants that protect us from additional subdividing of the property. So it'd be a real challenge. There's also, if that does happen in the future, there are a lot of changes that could also a lot of challenges that could happen with infrastructure impacts that this area wasn't really designed for handling those things, like the road. We don't have a lot of traffic on the road. If the road is continued or more developed, it creates a lot of challenges with the traffic on the road. We currently maintain the road as residents ourselves. We don't have outside people handling that. It can cause challenges with the septic system and the groundwater. The groundwater is a big problem out there. We have a lot of stuff that percolate. More residents in an area could mean that.
Okay,
Yeah.
sir, we're gonna have to move on. Thank
Okay,
you.
that's great.
We're gonna suspend any more comments. We're running up against the door to our public hearing. So we're gonna pause just for a second and let our folks come in and get prepared. And then we'll start the public hearing.
more. Another comment that came in this morning.
Okay.
Thank you.
You can.
Okay, we'll get started with the public hearing for the,
Oh, thank you.
we get started with public hearing for the amended plat vacation of Paddock Estate subdivision. And we have Kim Dillon, Park County zoning, planning zoning assistant director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm going to explain to you some of the, or tell you some of the comments that are in the packet, and all the findings and all the comments are in the packet, and they've been provided you ahead of time, and also the applicant. So Gary Ventling submitted an amended plat application to the Planning and Zoning Department on January 12th of this year. And of course, this project, Mr. Chairman, is for the Paddock Estates subdivision, lot 16 and 17, and part of track C and D, the parcel vacation and the amended plat of that. So we did receive an application in January. We received a.
Oh, stand by. Kim, could you pull it closer? We're having a
Oh,
real problem
sure.
with the audio today.
We received, how's that? We received
Yeah.
a revised amended plat on February 12th of this year. The applicant requests approval of the partial vacation and amendments to lots 16 and 17 and track C and D of the plat showing Paddock Estates. The proposed changes will include combining a western portion of original lot 16 and 17 to create a 1.35 acre lot, which will be called lot 1617, 1617. Also vacating the remaining portions of original lot 16 and 17, which is approximately 4.78 acres from the subdivision, vacating approximately 8.34 acres of the southeastern portion of original track C, and the approximately 4.64 acre northern portion of original track D from the subdivision. Combining all these vacated portions, original lot 16 and 17, track C and D, to create an approximately 17.76 acre parcel, Mr. Chairman. That, if this is approved, that parcel will not be in the subdivision and it will be out of the covenants. The original plat showing Paddock Estates was a 25 lot, 4-tract subdivision approved by the Park County Commissioners in September of '69. There have been modifications to lots and tracts in this subdivision, some of those without board approval in the past. The applicable regulations for what we're doing is our Wyoming 2025 Development Standards and Regulations. I will say lots 16 and 17 contain a permitted residence. They have accessory structures. The county does not have permits on file for the accessory structures or the septic systems. Lots 16 and 17 do have an address on Equine Drive. Surrounding uses are primarily residential. There's some ag use to the south. This subdivision is in the RH zoning district, residential 1/2 acre zoning district. The proposed lot configurations are consistent with that zoning district. So the configuration of lots 16 and 17 will change. Portions of each will be combined with these other tracts and vacated from the plat. Therefore, an amended plat is required. The new lot 16, 17, 1617 will remain if this is approved in that subdivision. The planning director determined a public hearing is necessary because partially vacating the plat may abridge or destroy rights or privileges of the other lot owners in the subdivision. Notice requirements have been met. Relevant agencies were notified. City of Cody had no comments. Park County Fire District Number 2 had no comment. Treasurer's Office stated the taxes are paid in full for these properties. Public Works said they do not have any comments. Cody Canal stated all lot line adjustments will require a water distribution plan should this be approved. DEQ summarized their notification should there be any change to surface water or groundwater. Northwest Water is concerned about a frost-free hydrant originally, but we just received a response from them and say Northwest Water no longer has any concerns with this proposal. Weed and Pest stated they would like the applicant to follow best management practices. I said in the staff report, Mr. Chairman, as you know, that at the time we had received one public comment. Since then, we have received 13 additional comments, as you saw, and counting the one today would be 14, and we received a petition. So, Mr. Chairman, all those comments, most of them were in opposition. If I remember correctly, some just had concerns. So, consideration of conditions. Should the board choose to approve this amended plat, we recommend the following conditions, Mr. Chairman. 1, the applicant shall place the following conditions, restrictions on the plat and on any instrument of conveyance of the newly platted 17.76 acre parcel. This 17.76 acre parcel vacated by this plat shall not be amended without the approval of the Park County Board of Commissioners, and further division of the 17.76 acre parcel vacated by this plat shall require a subdivision permit from the Park County Board of Commissioners after completion of the major subdivision review process. Number 2, again, another recommended condition, should you approve this amended plat, prior to recording the amended plat, the applicant shall submit an approved water distribution plan to the Planning and Zoning Department for recordation with the final plat. Number 3, prior to recording the amended plat, the applicant shall provide ownership conveyances of the individual lot resulting from the amended plat to the Park County Planning and Zoning Department for recording immediately after the amended plat, or if closing at a title company is required for land transaction to be recorded upon closing. And number 4, the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards in the Park County Development Standards and minimum subdivision requirements as set forth in Wyoming Statute 185306. Mr. Chairman, we're happy to answer any questions should you have any.
Any questions for staff? Lloyd?
Mr. Chairman, real quick, hopefully, just so I understand this correctly, I believe looking at the map closer yet, if this were approved, the 2 remaining lots that are being split off will no longer be connected to the original subdivision by land, correct? Am I looking at this map correct?
Yeah, Commissioner Teal, you mean should this be approved and that remaining lots 1617? Yes, it will not be physically adjacent to a lot in the subdivision. That's correct.
That is correct. So is
Yeah.
there any other subdivision that you know of in our county that is not that is one subdivision but not connected by land?
Good question, Commissioner Teal, Mr. Chairman. I know with simple subdivisions, which are 1 or 2 lots, I know with those, if somebody is creating a 2-lot subdivision, they do not have to be made adjacent, but all the other subdivisions, those lots are adjacent.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Devlin, I have a question. So if these other 2 lots are not connected, but there looks like to me on the map, there's an ability for the owner of the main lot to grant easement through that little chunk that comes across.
Yeah, that is true. That is possible.
Okay.
Yeah, because as you see, the applicant would like part of this vacated parcel to attach to Equine Drive and be north of that lot 1617, should this all be approved.
Okay. Any more questions for staff? Okay, we're gonna open up to public comment, but unfortunately, we don't have a lot of time. So for those of you who have submitted a comment, please don't take up the time. We actually only have time for about one comment. Because of we have a public hearing coming up at 1:05 or 10:05. So we don't have a lot of time for more public comment, but please come up or she'll pass the mic to you. 2 minutes. And if you've already please don't take up the time. Thanks. And then state your name for the record and keep it close and talk loud.
LaJean Mitchell, property owner on 5554 Grable, adjacent to Equine. I'm not, but my house is in Paddock Estates. What is the petition and how many signatures were on it? I signed one in protest of this. Can you explain the petition?
Mr. Dillon, do you know how many people are on the petition?
Mr. Chairman, yeah, I can count just real quickly. I'll see if I can find it. I know I have it in my file. So on this petition, there are 4 pages. Looks like 24, Mr. Chairman.
And but we don't have we don't know if that number includes the comments we've got.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, some of those folks may likely have commented.
Sure. Okay. Mr. Ballard.
Mr. Chair and fellow commissioners, I'm Rusty Blau, surveyor that's done the survey, prepared the plat and representing Mr. Ventling. So as he stated, the purpose of this was to remove the irrigated field into ag use and combine the 3 lots of the outside of the lot of 16 and 17 into 1 lot. So he's reducing the number of parcels. He's cutting it in half from 4 down to 2. And I've reviewed the covenants, and as far as I'm aware, by him vacating this lot does not enable him to do a subdivision any easier than if it was still part of Paddock Estates. He still would have to go through the subdivision process, whether his property is in Paddock Estates or outside of Paddock Estates. It's the same process. The covenants don't state anything as far as not further subdividing. And it seems like most of the residents understand that that's not his intent to subdivide. They're just worried about down the road because the ability to do this if he does vacate it. But he could, if he sold or his heirs or whatever, they could subdivide even while it's in the subdivision. So there won't be any change, or you wouldn't be able to say stop at subdivision, whether it's within it or vacated. Right now, if he could have 4 parcels and they can access off 3CX or off of Paddock Estates, and he could build homes on all 4 parcels. Once this changes, he could only do 1 residence on the vacated parcel that he's creating. So it would reduce density.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, no more comments. Pleasure, board.
Mr. Chairman, you want to ask through 3 times for public comment?
Yeah. So, okay. We only have enough for one more time. Any more public comment? Okay.
Going to answer any one. I'm Gary Bentley.
Okay. Any more public comment? One more time, public comment?
Mr. Chair, I move to close the public hearing.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to close public hearing. Any more comment? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. It's a pleasure of the board.
Mr. Chairman, I'm speaking to our commissioners here that our public hearing is closed already, but I guess I question the purpose behind I don't understand what is preventing the applicant from using this land as agriculture right now, just simply because it's 3 different lots. And to my knowledge, unless I'm wrong, you can correct me, I don't believe he receives any tax benefit until it's over 35 acres. I could be wrong on that, but I believe that the assessor's office, it needs to be 35 or bigger. I may be wrong on that, but I'm just concerned with separating on a minor or major subdivision physically with utility maintenance and roads and things like this. And then the potential for the remaining lots to be a major subdivision unless we change their zoning to having up to maybe 8 homes on this if they wish to go to a major subdivision in the future. And the neighborhood that's there has been there quite a while, and they were under the impression everybody had space. So I'm up for debate here, but I'm not in favor of approving this. So listen to my colleagues.
Mr. Chair, I
Please,
tend to,
Just speak up to that.
yeah, Mr. Chair, I tend to agree with Commissioner Teal. This is a subdivision that I think they said has been in place since 1969. It's been amended a couple of times, but I share the same concern about separating off that parcel. Also share the concern, I think, that the petitioners brought, which is, the road and if it were, and maybe this isn't the intent now, but if that were to sell later, and subdivide, the increased density there and the road maintenance is another issue that these current homeowners are going to have to confront. So I kind of struggle with, this is the property rights discussion, right? Like, it's his property. Can he sell it? But then are we infringing on other people's property rights? And we have an obligation to protect both. And so I kind of am in the same line of thinking as Commissioner Teal.
Mr. Chair, I would agree with that. I think that, I don't know if it's just a way of getting around a subdivision to vacate a plat to get out of the covenants and such, and here's maybe a loophole that's available. Of course, he hasn't indicated that he's going to put in a big subdivision, but you can sort of see the writing on the wall. There has to be a reason for it. So I would happen to agree that, and with the comments from the public that we have seen, they definitely can see the writing on the wall, what's going on out there. So I would agree with Commissioner Teal that until we can get a better idea on what's going on with this, is that your hearing aid going off?
Yeah, sorry.
Till we can get a better look at this, and maybe even after the new regulations come out, that maybe that could be addressed as well, for somebody vacating that just to really get out of a covenant. So,
Mr. Chair, due to time, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to deny the amended plat partial vacation of Paddock subdivision.
I'll
Second.
second that.
Been moved and seconded to not approve the vacation of the Paddock subdivision. So all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Chairman votes aye. Motion carried. We need to move quickly to the next hearing. So we would ask that people, if you're going to visit, please move down the hall so we don't disrupt the next meeting, because it gets kind of noisy in here when people are visiting the hall. Thank you all for coming, and thanks for your comments. Yes, sir.
Resolution 2026-10.
Mr. Chairman, these are all 2 new comments coming in for Diamond Spear. And I created a map for you that I think shows the nearest residence to the northern portion of that gravel lot and the distance.
This one?
Yes.
Okay.
That map is
Thank you.
what I think is the closest residences to the northern portion.
Okay, so moving forward, we're going to hear the Diamond Spear Pit SUP 256 amendment. And we have Kim Dillman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is the SUP amendment for Diamond Spear, and that's SUP 256. So Diamond Spear LUC submitted a special use application, including payment on February 19th of this year. The applicant requests approval to add an asphalt hot mix batch plant processing to this existing SUP. Should this SUP amendment be approved, the addition of the asphalt plant will be used to supply material, at least initially, for resurfacing project on portions of Highway 14A. That's our understanding. This is for partially, at least initially, resurfacing on 14A. And according to the applicant, this project will require approximately 34,000 tons of mix, which is approximately 1,600 truckloads of mix. In April 2024, the applicant applied for a special use permit to operate this gravel mining pit on just under 15 acres of a 157-acre parcel. That permit that was approved on April 2nd of 2024 by the Park County Board of County Commissioners. An application letter was submitted with the original SUP application in April of 2024. That letter mentioned that haul truck traffic associated with the gravel mining pit would be intermittent. And that application letter, Mr. Chairman, was shared with you in this packet. I thought it might be relevant to share what the original details were regarding the original gravel pit application. Applicable regulations are Park County, Wyoming 2025 Development Standards and Regulations adopted October 1 of last year. A section of those regulations specify that minor changes to an approved SUP may be approved by the planning director. Otherwise, a special use permit may only be amended, varied, or altered upon approval of the board at a public hearing. Due to concerns raised by neighboring landowners during the original SUP and the nature of asphalt plants, our planning director determined that this change is not minor. Excuse me. Therefore, public hearing and board approval are required to amend this SUP. Neighboring land uses, Mr. Chairman, are agriculture and residential in the northwest and south. There is the Shoshone River to the east, and there's some Bureau of Rec lands to the east as well. Mr. Chairman, I'm just briefly trying to summarize some of our findings. Legal notice requirements have been met. The application was forwarded to relevant agencies as required. DEQ summarized what they would require should there be any changes to surface or groundwater. Park County Public Works stated they do not have any comments regarding the amended SUP. Wyoming Department of Transportation stated an existing access exists. And we gave you that access number, and that's from Highway 14A. And that commercial activity is limited to mining and gravel pit operations, according to DOT. Park County Treasurer Office stated the parcel is currently is paid current regarding taxes. Weed and Pest stated there's a long-term noxious weed plan in place. No further action is required. Game and Fish stated they have no terrestrial wildlife comments. Park County Fire District Number 2 didn't have any comments. Mr. Chairman, we received, before we packeted our staff report, we received 5 public comments, emails and letters, which we shared with you. So you saw those. And then since then, we received 2 more comments. We shared those with you yesterday. And then, of course, we just received 2 additional comments this morning. Mr. Chairman, staff recommendation, we're recommending, should the Board of County Commissioners approve this amendment to Diamond Spear Pit SUP 256, we recommend that you consider the following recommended comments. Number 1, the original conditions of the approval of Diamond Spear SUP 256, which is Resolution 2024-18, shall remain fully in force. And number 2, then we came up with 3 essentially 3 conditions that you might consider, which are options, basically, which are timelines. We said condition number 13, option number 1, the applicant may operate an asphalt hot mix batch plant on the property within the 15-acre designated area for the gravel pit within the hours and days approved for operation in conditions 8, 9, and 10 of the original approved SUP, or and so that is unlimited access. Option number 2, the applicant may operate an asphalt hot mix batch plant on the property within the 15 acres within the days and hours approved for operation and conditions 8, 9, and 10 of the original SUP between April 1st and October 31st each year, or option 3, which we call very limited, the applicant may operate an asphalt hot mix batch plant on the property within the 15 acres for the gravel pit within the hours and days approved for the original operation of, in condition 8, 9, and 10 of the original SUP approved between April 1, 2026 and October 31st, 2026. So again, we ask you to consider those 3 options. One is unlimited, one is limited, one is very limited, basically in terms of a timeline for, in general English, for this asphalt plant. Then conditions 14 and 15, these would be additional. Prior to operating the batch plant, the applicant will provide evidence of a construction permit from the Air Quality Division of the Wyoming Department of Environmental Quality to our department. And then the second part of that would be the applicant shall mitigate noise, emission, and dust generated by use to the greatest extent practical. And Mr. Chairman, we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions for staff?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Dillon, I guess on that last condition, just really quick, condition 15, the applicant shall mitigate noise, emissions, and dust generated by the use to the greatest extent practical.
Yes.
To me, that condition, I guess I understand the intent behind it, but I don't know that it's an enforceable condition. Can you explain like how that would be monitored, or how would that be determined?
To the greatest extent practical.
How would the county enforce that? It just seems like kind of a guideline to me, but I don't know that it can really be enforced.
I agree. It might be hard to mitigate noise unless we talk about certainly decibels or emissions or dust, unless we talk about, certain particulate matter. You're right. It could be difficult to enforce.
Mr. Chair, quickly follow up. Do we have, I know in going through the DSR, as we've been going through the redraft of them, there are general standards for noise, and we have general standards. I don't know if we have general standards for emissions and dust, though.
I don't believe we do. I know we do have standards for noise that are actual decibel limits. That is true.
And so does DEQ monitor that, the emissions and dust? Is there the permit oversees that?
Yes, I know DEQ has an air quality division. I would assume that would include particulates, dust, emissions.
Okay.
More questions for staff? Okay, this is a public hearing. Do we have any public comment? If so, we would ask that you take the mic, speak into the mic, and state your name for the record.
I don't even.
And you have 2 minutes. Well, hold on, sir. I'm calling on this lady here because she's about ready.
Kim Wilson, General Manager, Mountain Construction. Regarding your question on how it will be enforced, the hot plant does have a current DEQ air quality permit, which does state the levels of emission that are acceptable under their permit, and they come in and
They monitor.
Yep.
Okay. Yes, sir. Back there. If you would just please speak loud and you give us your name for the record.
Maintaining the opposite property, respects to the John Rich family, who are longtime landowners there. We respect that fact. That I am very much opposed to this proposal for 5 reasons. The first is that I do think this is incompatible with the general rural zoning, especially given the intensity and proposed length of its use. Hot mix asphalt is a lot more than dust. Continuous industrial machinery, combustion burners and emissions, as well as heavy truck traffic, noise, and dust. Second, I'm quite concerned about the risk to babies. My family has 4 of them right here in the area, one to the north, one to the west. These are toddlers. There is evidence that fine particulate matter from this kind of processing, including silica and volatile compounds, including asphalt fumes and nitrogen oxide, are common with known impacts on asthma, reduced lung growth and function, and higher rates of bronchitis. Third, reduction in the value of my land that I purchased there on that spot to enjoy the views of McCullough Peak, which are directly affected by the presence of that piece of equipment that we have seen photographs of. Number 4, I believe there's real risk potential to the Shoshone River. That gravel pit sits practically on the bank of the river. While it was noted the Game and Fish had no comment, it was also specifically said The fishery was not consulted in that process. That's in the record. I'm very concerned about the risk for the river itself. And I don't think there has been any proper impact study done on any of these things that I've assumed that I will leave this. Thank you again.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we're up against the wall here for the next hearing.
Mr. Chair.
Any
I
more
wondered
public
if-
comment? We got about a minute and then we're going to close public hearing. So.
Okay.
Yeah,
Or
thanks,
extend.
thanks you for letting me speak to you. My name is Cleve Holloway, and I have the property at 5190 Powell Road within a half a mile radius of the Diamond Spear. And I just wanted to, it seems to be a concern with all these people in here. I recommend if you do pass it or go along with it, to have the minimum very limited, the shortest duration of time, if as possible. And this would allow us to everybody to evaluate the situation. Are they meeting their stipulations? Are they doing due diligence of what they're supposed to be doing? Also, I recommend that any landowner who wants to, the DEQ should get in touch with them and set up a high volume sampler. In other words, that should set it up now to see what particular matter is in the air before the operation starts, and then they can then after it is in full operation, then you can compare to see if they're meeting their stipulations of dust control. As I said, there's a high volume samplers that can then monitor the dust control, and the stipulations should stay in it. It seems to be a question of how do you know? How do you know all this? Or how do you know they within stipulations? The fugitive dust, there should be something in there about the watering the road. Other words, during the summertime, when it's windy conditions, to prevent fugitive dust, you should have water control. It should be water trucks going every time it's dry.
Okay, sir, we're going to have to cut that.
Okay, wait. One more thing on noise. To monitor the decibel, I request that some kind of petition is set up to block the noise.
Okay.
And if that's possible.
Okay, we're going to have to move, sir. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Good?
Yeah,
Okay,
thank you.
Mr. Chairman, real quick question to the commissioners. Does anybody have a problem convening at 1 o'clock briefly to extend? I just feel that we have a lot of people here that have a lot of comments, and we do have another public hearing following this that we're already late on.
Right.
So if I would, does this need to be in a form of a motion, Colleen? I would move that we extend the public hearing to reconvene at 1 p.m. today, 1:15?
1:15.
1:15 p.m. today. Does that
Second.
work?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and second to continue this hearing until 1:15 this afternoon. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. This will reconvene at 1:15. Thank you. Sorry for the delay, but unfortunately we got another public hearing.
Yeah. Thank you,
And if you
Commissioner.
have any comments, or if you're going to be visiting, please visit down the hall so we can move on to the next one. The next thing on our agenda is Tim Dillon and Erica Decker. And this is going to be the public hearing for Old Faithful RV Park Site Plan Second Amendment.
All right.
Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I will summarize some of the findings out of our staff report, but all the findings, all the details are in the staff report, which was shared with you and also shared with the applicant. So we did receive from Spencer McBurney a site plan review without SUP application on behalf of Old Faithful RV Park on February 17th of this year. The applicant is requesting a permanent amendment to condition number 5 of the Park County Board of County Commissioners Resolution 2023-22. Specifically, the applicant requests that the prohibition of construction activities only apply to outdoor construction, which now the prohibition is from November 15th through April 30th each year. And that prohibition to not include indoor construction work and remodeling work. So essentially, Mr. Chairman, my understanding is the applicant would like permission to conduct indoor construction and remodeling work each and every year, all year long. On September 16th of 2022, the applicant requested approval of a site plan review to operate this RV park. In May of 2023, the Board of County Commissioners approved Old Faithful RV Park Site Plan Resolution 2023-22 with conditions. On January 15th of 2025, the applicant submitted a site plan review without SUP application. In this application, the applicant requested clarification amendment to condition number 5 of the Park County Board of County Commissioners Resolution 2023-22. And I'll just read that. I should have probably read that, Mr. Chairman. So that condition number 5 from that original resolution says the applicant shall not operate commercial use or allow construction activities on the property from November 15th through April 30th of each year. So back in January 25, the applicant requested clarification or amendment of that condition. And then the applicant requested that the prohibition on construction activities in condition 5 only apply to outdoor construction work. In February of 25, in Resolution 2025-06, the Board of County Commissioners approved an amendment. That amendment allowed indoor-only construction activities on the property basically that year up until April 30th. So it was only allowed for a 2 or 3 month time period is what that amendment allowed. Of course, now we're back here with the new amendment. The original site plan application was approved according to our 2015 development standards. This second amendment is being approved according to our 2025 development standards and regulations. The planning director determined that the current proposed change is not minor, and condition number 5 in resolution 2023-22 specifically prohibits construction activities from November 15th through April 30th of each year. As a result, the proposed amendment we're currently talking about, we feel requires board approval, should it be approved. Legal notice requirements have been met. The application was forwarded to relevant agencies. Park County Treasurer's Office stated taxes have been paid in full. Park County Public Works does not have any concerns or requirements pertaining to the proposed amendment. The state electrical inspector provided some construction comments. We shared those with you. The state fire marshal has said they have no issues with the amendment. YDOT said they have no concerns with the construction and remodeling activities. Park County Weed and Pest noted that that the applicant has a long-term noxious weed management plan. They require no further action. It's interesting, Mr. Chairman, Wyoming Game and Fish, they shared comments with us. You had a chance to see them. They said in their email or letter, they have been flexible with this project. They said they do not support the request to entirely remove the wildlife stipulation for indoor construction activities. A public comment was shared with you, stated opposition. And then since then, Mr. Chairman, we've received 2 more comments. We shared with those yesterday. So a total of 3 comments. I believe they were all in opposition. We have a recommendation, Mr. Chairman. Should the Board of County Commissioners approve this Old Faithful RV Parks plan, Old Faithful RV Park Site Plan Second Amendment to allow indoor construction and remodeling activities on the property any time of year annually, we recommend the following conditions. 1, condition number 5 of Resolution 2023-22, which was the original resolution that was dated March 2nd of 23. is permanently amended to read, the applicant shall not operate commercial use or allow any outdoor construction activities on the property from November 15th through April 30th each year. By that, we believe that you would be granting them the ability to do indoor construction activities or remodeling activities year-round, each year. Our second amended condition, the applicant shall comply with all conditions of the Park County Board of County Commissioners Resolution 2023-22 dated May 2nd, 2023, and the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards in the Park County Development Standards and Regulations. Mr. Chairman, we're happy to answer any questions should you have any.
Any questions for staff?
Mr. Chair.
Good.
Mr. Dillon, just quickly, is construction permitted on other properties surrounding this area, this project year round? I mean,
Absolutely.
oh, indoor and outdoor, right?
Absolutely. I mean, there
I
are
mean-
like residences throughout North Fork. There's other buildings. Yeah, we have no requirement that people don't build or construct or remodel any particular time of year. So the answer to your question is yes.
And so just follow up, has Game and Fish given a reason why this restriction on this particular area and as opposed to something else? In their emails, I mean, I read through their email, but I didn't see a specific reason why the restriction here.
I don't remember seeing any. And Commissioner Simone, Mr. Chairman, I did not go back and look at Game and Fish's original comments, but it sounds to me like they were happy, I assume because of wildlife, not having any activities, reducing activities during the winter months.
But I guess my point, Mr. Chair, is that there's properties around this area don't have the same restriction,
Right.
right?
Correct.
I mean, it's maybe not the same scale because they're more private properties, residents, I guess, but they're not putting, there's not a similar restriction on a building around them.
No, there is not.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, and I think we've had some large developments up there, for instance, Copperleaf. And I don't think they had any restrictions on building as well. At what time? I think when we approved this through the Game and Fish, it was a migration issue for the animals coming through, trying to get down to the river. And I think that was the concern. Indoor construction, yeah, there'll be some more people out there, but there's always people on the North Fork that is interrupting migration patterns, I guess. So I don't see where, I understand their concern for migration of animals, but I like what Commissioner Simone was saying, that people are activities out there all the time. So.
Well, I can tell you this morning, there's about 60 head of deer right there. Don't seem to bother them.
They're doing fine.
Yeah. Okay, as public hearings, we'll open up for public comment. And if you would, please state your name for the record and speak close to the mic so everybody can hear. Any public comment? Any public comment? One more time, any public comment? Okay.
I would, if I could, if ask the builder how much of, is this going to be an ongoing issue year after year after year of continuing work out there? Or is there some end date planned for the construction to be done?
Commissioner,
If you could state your name for the record, because
my name is Brett Reed with Engineering Associates. And to answer your question, you know, he's got a few more projects as far as getting that main building finished out on the interior. And so it just depends on how fast he's able to get that done. But there is not going to, construction costs money. The sooner you get it done, the sooner you're through spending money. So, you know, his goal is to get wrapped up as quick as he can, but you know, he's got to have some funds to be able to do that. So it might take a couple, 3 years for that building to be done. But then there's always little maintenance stuff that needs to be done. But, you know, it wouldn't anticipate a large amount of people descending on the property to do indoor construction, no more than any other single family residence in the North Fork. And it is adjacent to the North Fork Highway that has considerable traffic right there, so.
Yeah.
Any other questions from the commissioners?
Any questions?
Mr. Chair, quickly, I feel an obligation on behalf of some of the public comments we've received to just maybe follow up on a couple of the questions that have been posed by people who are in opposition to it. I think just to provide some clarity. I think there's been concern that I see a common theme coming from the public comment that there has been a lack of compliance with some of the conditions or kind of, I don't know, for lack of a better word, pushing the limit on some of the conditions. And I think we can answer some of those just quickly. I think the main concern that I keep hearing is the wastewater permit from the Wyoming DEQ, an acceptable solution to that. I think there's a concern that we're granting all of these exceptions and then we're not following through. So the owner's not following through on some of these. Can you help clarify on some of that?
So the Wyoming, and you specifically mentioned the Wyoming DEQ.
Yeah, that one
UIC
keeps
permit.
coming up.
And
Yep.
So that permit, we sample the monitoring wells there quarterly. And the first sampling that we did in September, we were issued a letter of violation because the phosphorus levels were higher than what the permit level indicated that were allowed. And we since sampled the water again in December, and we additionally sampled the drinking water well to determine whether those phosphorus levels were background water levels or not. And the drinking water well is also high. We'll continue to sample that in conjunction with the DEQ. This month, we'll be out there in a couple of weeks sampling again, and we'll do that once every quarter. It's our initial analysis that those are background phosphorus levels, and that after a year's time, if they continue to show high, that they'll have to adjust the permit. The phosphorus levels that are considered out of spec from the permit are actually still acceptable drinking water phosphorus levels. It's just that's the level that they set in the permit, and so by definition, they're in violation.
Okay.
I would also add to the fact that, that the park was not near capacity. And usually it's the nitrate levels that go high when you have a problem with your septic system. So it's our belief that those are actually background levels. And we'll find out in the next year for sure.
Okay.
But we are in communication and coordination with the DEQ and resolving that answer.
Any more questions for Mr. Reed?
I think the other ones that are mentioned kind of were, I think they were mostly addressed in the staff report. They have to do with the lighting and they have to do with other concerns about where the building is 20 feet away from the highway, that kind of thing.
Yeah, those were all initially approved and the original site plan. So those were all acceptable. Now the sign lighting is they were mentioned that the lights are on there I will look back through the permit that was granted, and it's for a non-illuminated permit. And so we will be back in the planning and zoning office to get a permit for that temporary lighting that just shows on the building itself. And then eventually he wants to put some down lighting there, but that will be, we'll get that corrected.
Okay.
Before we open this year.
Okay.
Any more questions?
And they were like, I want to mention that they were little solar lights. And so from far away, you could barely even see what they were on.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, the lighting right now at night, you got to get fairly close to even visualize the signage, so. Any more questions?
Mr. Chair, I would move to close public hearing.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to close public hearing. Any more discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
Mr. Chairman, for discussion, I'm in support of this amendment just simply because any business has off seasons, and that's when you do maintenance. You can call it construction right now, but it's inside. It's people can do it anywhere they want on the North Fork within their own homes. This as a sensitive area because of the neighborhood, and I understand that, but to single him out and say you can't do this is not right. He has a right to maintain his business. The operation is still closed between November 15th and April 30th for outside activities, commercial operations, things like that. If, I guess we can ask for discussion or it can die lack a second, but I'm going to go ahead to move to approve the Old Faithful RV Park Site Plan Amendment number 2 with conditions recommended by staff for year-round maintenance and construction from inside, replacing condition number 5. I believe condition 1 replaces number 5, condition in the original. All other conditions remain.
I'll second that.
Been moved and second to approve the amendment. Any more discussion?
Mr. Chair, I understand the opposition. I understand the concerns from the people that we have heard from in the public. But what's hard for me is telling one person they can't work indoors while other people up the North Fork can work indoors. It's just not, we're not applying, it needs to be applied consistently, and it's inside. And so I don't think, I'm not a wildlife biologist, but I just think the impact is different than if you were doing outside construction. And so I would just reiterate and ask the owner, I don't know how he can maybe work with some of these people that have some of these concerns, because I think some of these concerns have I think we have the answer to the concerns that are expressed and about the other conditions. I think the reason there's concern is because they feel like there's other conditions that haven't been met. And so they're worried that it's going to stretch beyond just the indoor activity, and maybe they think it's going to expand to the outdoor activity. I don't know. But if there's a way that some of these conditions and concerns could be addressed, because I think they're answered. I mean, we don't have the time to go through each one of them, and I appreciate the answers you've given on the biggest concerns. But again, I'm in support of this motion because I think we can't tell one single person they can't do indoor activity, and while other people up the North Fork are doing it.
Right, and I would echo that as well. And I can tell you, living up there for as long as I have, I've noticed the construction and how the animals react. And unless you really impact them hard, they don't pay attention. I mean, there's a big herd right there right now, and I agree with you that I think the biggest concern is the neighborhood of they perceive that they're not following through with the original stuff. And I'm very against, in that particular spot, any outdoor activity or construction during that period. But certainly I agree with you. How can we restrict them from indoor construction and the neighbor not? I mean, there's a house closer to where the deer are right now, and we don't restrict them. And so I would agree with that. Any further discussion? Been moved and seconded to approve the Old Faithful RV Park Site Plan Second Amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners.
Mr. Chairman, resolution 2026, whoops, we better change that to 11.
And we'll be on break until the executive session at 10:55. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Thompson.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mark.
Attorney, stay so.
How are you?
Good to see you.
Good to see you
Never
again.
seen an attorney stay so quiet.
Sometimes attorneys get in the way of things. Actually, let things be.
But you're still charged though, right?
Oh, Scott, yeah, I'm gonna hang out for 4 hours. Really sucks.
Thank you.
Good luck at 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
Better take it now.
Can you bring us back a pistol?
Have a good one, thank you.
That's okay.
All right.
All right, now we're out of the executive session. And we have Erica Decker and Tim Dillon, Park County Planning and Zoning, reference the CAFRO Simple Subdivision 337 Final Plat.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Peggy Caffro submitted a final plat application requesting approval to create one 9.35 acre lot from an existing 44.72 acre lot, leaving approximately 35.37 acre remainder parcel. The applicable regulations are the Park County, Wyoming 2015 Development Standards and Regulations. This subdivision is classified as a simple subdivision. Ownership of the property has been affirmed by a warranty deed. The parcel is located approximately 6 miles north of Garland on the east side of Highway 114. A special flood hazard area exists on the southern boundary of the proposed lot near Polecat Creek. The topography is relatively flat, sloping down towards the creek. This subdivision is in a general rural Powell zoning district, and the lot size as proposed is consistent with that zoning district. Relevant agencies were notified. Bighorn REA stated they are serving the proposed subdivision. Deaver Irrigation District stated part of Lot 1 will have pay class irrigated land in it. If the applicant wishes to leave the irrigation as is for watering the trees, Lot 1 will still be assessed. I did get an updated response from Deaver Irrigation just this morning. And they says thus far, all parties have acted in good faith to finalize the requirements, although they have not received all of the required documents. But they don't see it necessary to stop the approval of this subdivision. Park County Public Works stated legal access is direct from Wyoming State Highway 114. Any new structures or dwellings may be addressed by submittal of a request for address form. They do not have any immediate concerns with drainage and erosion control. UPS stated they can provide mail delivery. Park County Fire District Number 1 stated they can provide fire suppression. Park County School District Number 1 can provide bus service. TCT has the ability and capacity to provide service. Powell-Clarks Fork Conservation District identified 3 soil types. The primary soil type is considered not limited, and the secondary is considered very limited regarding dwellings with or without basements and small commercial buildings. The limitation is due to flooding, depth to saturated zones, shrink swell, and ponding. The farm classification, the primary soil type is prime farmland if irrigated. The secondary soil types are not prime farmland. The primary soil type is considered not limited regarding septic tank absorption fields, where the secondary soil types are considered very limited due to flooding, depth to saturated zones, slow water movement, and ponding. Park County Treasurer stated no taxes are due for 2025 for the parcel. Wyoming Department of Transportation stated the existing access is permitted as a residential access. DEQ summarized notifications and permits required that may impact surface or groundwater. Northwest Rural Water District stated they serve the existing home. However, they do not have capacity or infrastructure to serve additional lots in the area. Game and Fish stated they have no specific terrestrial wildlife concerns. Weed and Pest inspected the property and found noxious weeds and initially required a long-term noxious weed management plan. But in a revised response, they stated they would accept a landowner agreement, which would allow Weed and Pest to treat the perennial pepperweed as their resources allow, or to provide the applicant effective herbicide to control that infestation. Montana Dakota Utilities stated the proposed lot has gas at the existing home. No public comments have been received. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval with conditions. The applicants have provided sufficient easements and identified them on the final plat. They have also placed the required notes regarding the permitting of water wells, the Right to Farm and Ranch Act of 1991, and riparian rights. The applicant's representative stated that a legal perimeter fence exists and the required affidavit will be supplied prior to plat recordation. Final plat review committee, the plat review committee reviewed the final plat and a corrected plat was submitted. A subdivision improvements agreement is not required. Should the board choose to approve this final plat for the subdivision, staff recommends the following conditions. Condition 1, approval of this final plat shall expire after 18 months unless the final plat is signed by the chairman of the board and recorded by the clerk and recorder. Upon written request in advance of the date of expiration and for good cause shown, the board may grant one extension of time for a period not to exceed 6 months. Condition 2, the landowner shall comply with the weed treatment agreement accepted by Park County Weed and Pest. Condition 3, the applicant in the presence of a member of the Planning and Zoning Department staff shall record the final plat and all required final plat submissions in the office of the county clerk and recorder. And condition 4, the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards in the Park County Development Regulations and the minimum subdivision requirements as set forth in Wyoming Statute 18-5-306. We stand by for questions.
Any questions for staff?
Just in your staff recommendation, it's 18 months when, and Planning and Zoning Commission is 12. Why is that difference? And do we need to communicate with Planning and Zoning Commission saying it can't be done in 12? I'm just asking. Usually you mimic, with the exception of sometimes you have an extra thing, or they usually have reason. So I'm just curious. Yeah.
All right, so I think the 12 months is just from the sketch plan approval until application for the final plat. And then the 18 months is once the final plat's approved, they have 18 months from that date to actually record.
I mean, I don't have any problem with giving, I'm just curious why there was a difference between them.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, too, I assume it's just somebody thought these would be sufficient amounts of time to get the task completed. And if not, start over. And, you know, and of course, changes could happen in those months.
All right.
Any other questions, staff?
Mr. Chair, I move we approve the Caffro Simple Subdivision 337 final plat with staff recommendations.
Second.
Been moved second to approve the Caffro subdivision 337 final plat. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Chairman.
Sorry we're late.
Mr. Chair, Resolution 2026-12.
Thank you, Colleen.
Thank you, Colleen.
Next, we need to.
Question, do we recess or do
I
we,
think we just convene.
we convene as the, which requires a
Does it take a
motion?
motion? Yeah.
I make a motion that we convene as the Board of Equalization.
Second.
Moving second to convene as the Board of Equalization. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are now the Board of Equalization.
Wait, where's my hat?
Chairman, members of the board, today is just for the board. It's entitled an advisory of record. If the board will recall, we submitted a question or questions in this case to the district court for them to answer before the Board of Equalization continues on with this matter due to, I guess, very antiquated statutes. I think going back to the 1800s, if I remember right. I mean, really old statutes, different people thinking different ways that those statutes apply or don't apply. This is simply a notification to the court. It says the board hereby advises the honorable court of the record of the Board of Equalization's proceedings, including argument of the parties related to said certification, said record filed herewith. It's just a notice for you to sign. Kelly's going to generate, I guess, whatever materials that we've received from the property owners from Mary Reed. We'll compile that and send it up to the district court so they have it. So it's really a formality type document today is all. Any questions?
Any questions?
Mr. Chair, and so in a sense, for someone like me that needs to do the layman's terms, we're asking, do we or do we not have the authority as Board of Equalization to rule on this issue? Correct? Right.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
That sums up the original question of the court.
And they're not gonna, in one way or another, advise to not listen to this statute or this one.
Clarify that?
They're not gonna, the judge isn't gonna be asked to rule, we follow this or we follow this.
I think
'Cause they're
he'll
too
say
conflicted.
that, yes, the Board of County Commissioners acting as the Board of Equalization does have the ability to come in and basically knock off those assessments if they're not receiving water, or just the opposite. Now, the Board of Equalization does not have the authority to do that.
Gotcha.
So, Mr. Chairman, then even either side can appeal our decision, correct? Okay.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Squark, does this require a board motion to like adopt the letter or?
It's really all for you all sign it if you want to do it. It's just, it's basically advising the court that we are filing the record that we have with the court. We've already filed the request for them to answer the question. The board, this is just sort of an administrative type issue here where you're informing the court, here's the record, here's everything we have on this case, because we haven't filed everything that we have. It was basically for them on a certified question to answer. So it's just a formality document. I can hand it to you. Read it. That's,
So we don't need a motion to do it. It's administrative.
well, I would advise maybe you make a motion to, but if you're gonna do that, it's not really a significant document other than to say, here you go, Judge, here's all the materials we have in this case. That's all it is.
It's on SharePoint too.
Is it? And then the court at that point, I assume, might ask both the irrigation districts to go ahead and further brief this matter. And also ask the other parties if they would like to submit additional information to the court arguing their position on the statutes. We're sort of neutral in this at this point. We haven't taken a position whether you have the authority to do it or not. I think if it was really clear to us, we would have advised the board, yes, you have this authority, or no, you don't. Bottom line is, there's zero case law out there on this interpreting those statutes, so.
So Mr. Chair, a motion as the Board of Equalization to sign and approve the letter to the advisory of record?
Yes.
Second.
Been moved second to sign the letters. Any other comments, questions, discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
And then,
You want this back? Sign right now?
You'll have to all sign it if you would before you leave today, it'd be great. And then Kelly, once you have that, you get some this afternoon. So we'll have to mail that.
okay, and then Mr. Chair, I'd make a motion to adjourn as the Board of Equalization and reconvene as the Park County Board of County Commissioners.
Second.
Motion's been made to adjourn as Board of Equalization, reconvene as Park County Board of County Commissioners. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. And we will recess until 1:15 to resume the Diamond Spear Pits SUP 256 amendment. Okay, we're out of recess. We're going to continue with the public hearing on the Diamond Spear Pit SUP 256 amendment. Again, this is open to public. You're allowed 2 minutes. If you've already spoken, please allow everybody else to do it. We're going to hold you to one each. And so with that, we'll open up to public comment. If you want to comment, please use the microphone and speak loudly into it. Keep it close because we are having audio difficulties, and state your name for the record. And again, 2 minutes. Back here. Yes.
Testing. Good afternoon, Chairman and fellow commissioners. My name is Larry Timchak. I'm a resident of Iron Creek, near the proposed mine. Commissioner Simone said it well this morning when she said property owners have the right to develop their property without infringing on their neighbor's property, something like that. And it's hard for me to imagine how this mine will not infringe on our rights of quiet, and healthful, clean environment. In addition, my wife suffers from subglottal stenosis, which is a narrowing of the airways. So she's very impacted by air quality concerns. So if this mine is approved, we recommend the shortest operating period, the shortest amount of hours possible, the maximum mitigation. For instance, can they build a berm around this mine to shield it from the noise and dust? Dust is already blowing off this mine every day. And I want to assure Mr. Jolovich, as well as Diamond Spear, that if this mine is going on, we will monitor it every day to see that conditions are met. We will watch it very, very closely. Thank you.
Right behind you, sir.
Can you hear me? Okay. My name's Tim O'Leary. I live on 18 John Wayne Lane, about 3 miles north of where the pit is. I used to work for the farmer that farmed directly west of where this is. I believe it was about 2008 when they were redoing the Powell Highway. Part of that farm was used as a gravel pit. I don't know. I was just a young, dumb kid at the time. I don't know if anybody realized the water table there. But while they were digging their pit for the gravel, they ran into issues with water. And now those pits are now ponds, which is great. It's great for birds, great for wildlife. My concern is where the proposed asphalt plant is going to be. What is going to happen with the water that potentially might be there? I don't know if it is or if it isn't. It's directly above the river. That farm that is directly west of there, their wastewater runs through Mr. Jolovich's land. What happens to that wastewater if tumbleweeds and things like that plug up culverts? It floods into where they are making asphalt, runs into the river. I also hope that it is not the responsibility of the farmer to make sure that that doesn't happen. I know a lot of work goes into taking care of wastewater. I do agree, this is hard for me because I do agree with personal property rights. However, I do think an asphalt plant is a little too much in that area. It's a great place for mountain construction to put it. It's right in the middle between Cody and Powell. I just think that there's other places that will impact less people. I think that's all I have to say.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm Bobek. I'm
Use the microphone, please. No, just keep it closer and talk louder.
talk louder.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm Bobek. I live adjacent to this property. First of all, I guess the subdivision that's in with my area, not everybody was notified on the first trial, or not trial, first hearing. And they did, let's see, probably 3/4 of them didn't receive the notice on this one. There was 3 of us at the first one, I believe. And one, he had a really nice place down below and sold it after the first hearing because of the problem with the noise and dirt. So other than that, I just was curious why there was no notice. I noticed that there's work going on, started 225, clearing, burning, heavy equipment, dozers, graders, water trucks. Haven't seen the water truck spray any water. And there's been a ton of dirt blowing because they've got piles of dirt stacked up. Just not following what they said they were going to do in the initial pit. The other thing I really have a problem with is the way I interpret this is they were given that for that 14.9 acre pit. But now is it wanting to include the whole property of the 157 acres? If they're doing that, that's huge. That's going to be a huge area, impact everybody that lives there. Nobody wants to live next to a crushing rock plant, let alone an asphalt plant with the toxic smells, the nonstop beeping of equipment, the crushing of rocks. Other than that, just it's blowing, the wind, like the last week, the harsh winds we ever had. I do have some pictures, not of the windy one, but when they started on 225, 26.
Oh, your time's up. Sorry about that. We
Okay.
try to keep it limited. Thanks.
All right.
Hello, I'm Tom Northern, and I bought the property that he was referring to that his friend sold. And I didn't even know there was a pit operation going on there and when we moved in. And this is kind of our retirement property. And we plan on having family there and peace and quiet. And then one day I started hearing all this racket coming from that area. And I guess they were doing some kind of rock crushing or loading or something. And I was really surprised. And I thought, wow, this is not really conducive to having a peaceful lifestyle here. And then now that they're planning on doing this and actually shipping in materials, as it says in this notice here, I assume that the 7 to 5 operation that was approved before is probably going to be like constant, which would be a lot of noise and a lot of dust. And with the asphalt plant there and the smells that would be generated from that, it's just going to ruin the quality of our life. And it's also, and our property values are also going to go down, and it'll probably be very hard to sell the property if we deem we have to do that. So, and this was basically, we put everything into this. So that's all I have to say about that. Yeah. I mean, 16,000 truckloads, that's a lot. So, yeah, and so my biggest concerns are just environment and the amount of processing that's going to be done there and the asphalt pit going in, and how big will the building or equipment be that's going to be doing the work. So,
Thanks, sir. Any other public comment?
Hello, everybody. My name is Wyatt Kinchlow, and I live off of Iron Creek Estates. Roughly 400 yards from my property line is where this proposed asphalt plant is going, as the crow flies, right? I mean, I arranged it, but I agree with everything that's been said thus far. Similar to Tom here, me and my wife put everything into this place, man. I'm trying to get close to where my great-grandparents homesteaded, okay? And we're trying to raise a family out here, you know, do the best we can with what we got. And I'd hate to see it happen. I don't want my kids breathing that in. I don't want to look at it. I mean, I do understand everybody's point of view. I just want to say my 2 cents. And I hope that makes sense to everybody where I'm coming from. So.
Or public comment.
My name's Sam Kessler. I live at 29 Lane 18 with my wife and my 7-month-old. When he was born, we had to spend 2 weeks in the Billings Hospital because of respiratory issues that he had. So I definitely do have concerns about air quality, living within a half mile of or have owning property within a half mile of the proposed site. My family also has, out of that acres, we have a 15-acre USDA managed conservation nature conservancy use, which was designed and built by the Army Corps of Engineers for waterfowl habitat, which includes mallards and sandhill cranes. And it's a really nice deal. And I'm concerned with the air quality and all that use of kind of undermining that habitat use. I also think ultimately, it sounds like there's a lot of questions still, I think, to be raised. It seems like there's a lot of ambiguity in terms of testing that has been or has not been done regarding environmental impacts. And I just think it would be appropriate, I would request and think it'd be appropriate to conduct more tests regarding that and make that information available to the public before ruling and making a decision ultimately. Also, the Garland Canal is also right there up against that pit, and that's, water that, provides irrigation to thousands of acres in the Bighorn Basin. And I think that's, possible contaminants or whatever getting into that would also be quite a problem. Yeah, and that's, I'm also trying to raise a family, and, I obviously have concerns, and I just would request more studies be done in terms of impact before making a decision. So thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
My name's Larry Womble. I live on Iron Creek Drive as well. I mean, one thing in my background, I retired about 4 years ago here. I grew up in Cody, but I worked in mining for 40 years, mostly copper and coal. We always had gravel pits by our mines. I don't really remember any issues with our gravel pits. But one thing I would say, both our mines in Hannah and in Gillette, the DEQ had pretty strict standards. And within the DEQ, they have air quality, water quality. They do a lot of monitoring. So, I do think there is regulatory they administer it, they monitor that activity. And the DEQ does stop out there and do that. So.
Okay, thank you.
I'm Nancy Northern. I live on Don Lane, close to the plant. And so this basically says they want to process materials on site or off site to include, but not limited to, processing plants, hot mix, asphalt production, plug milling, batch plant necessary for the process. So besides the 16,000 trucks loads that they want to do, they have to haul in what byproducts from diesel fuel and other things. I'd like a little bit more explanation about every one of these things that they're applying to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Lisa Timchak. I live on 33 Iron Creek Drive with Larry. We're at the far end of that road, and we look right out at the asphalt site proposal. Yes, I have subglottic stenosis, which means my airway's gone from 20 millimeters to 5. So it's very hard for me to breathe. So I'm a little concerned about that with the asphalt proposal. But really what I wanted to say is support Bo. Thank you for representing us at the first hearing. And if you could please, if this goes forward, go with the minimum option that was offered of the least amount of truckloads a day and the shorter amount of time. Thank you.
Need to put a drone on this thing so it can fly around. I'm Robert Fuss. I live at 11 Iron Creek Drive, approximately 2,000 feet from property line to property line for where this project's going. First of all, to say is, again, I being a Wyoming native, totally believe in property rights and the rights we have here, but what we do on our properties can't affect our neighbors. We have to contain that. I think as everybody else has mentioned, dust control, noise control, environmental issues, traffic issues, and property values are of high concern. And I would just ask you as a commission, I realize there's a lot of regulations and statutes you have to follow, but to consider how many property owners that surround that property are here asking you to take into consideration. And if you should decide to approve this, please do it for the most minimal time frame possible. And, initially when this gravel pit went in, we received a written notice at that point and basically told us you have no opposition to it. We're just telling you it happened. And now the last 2 times things have been amended to it, we never received any notice. Fortunately, the couple people in our neighborhood that got notice let the rest of us know. I realize you put it in the paper, but how many of us read the legal notices in the paper unless it's part of your daily job? Thank you.
They say it's about the DEQ monitoring this pit since it's been done. Do they have any evidence of anything from the original pit, DEQ wise?
Okay, we're going to address that here a little bit. Bobek. Any more public comment? Okay, I want to ask you questions of the P&Z here.
Sure.
One of the notes I took is people were concerned it would expand to the rest of that area. Can you explain the permit and how that works?
Yes, so Mr. Chairman, so my understanding is Mr. Jolovich, Mountain Construction, they're planning to operate in the area that they have approved, which is I think 14.99 acres. So they are not planning and cannot expand beyond that, is my understanding. Both in terms of what we have in their original resolution, and I assume what DEQ has given them permission, the area they've given them permission to mine.
And for confirmation, they already have a large product mine in place that allows
Correct.
crushing and allows trucking and
Yes,
so-
it does. Crushing, yes. In fact, Mr. Chairman, in their original SUP, it talks about crushing, screening operations, and of course, truck traffic.
Right. And can you address how far you notify people from the actual mine?
Yes, so Mr. Chairman, we go out from the property line 660 feet in every direction.
Okay.
And each one of those property owners will get a certified letter in the mail.
Okay. And I heard some statements about the amount of truck traffic. Mountain Homes is here. Can you describe what happens if this if this asphalt permit doesn't go through?
Yes, regardless, the trucks are coming in and out.
State your name. I'm sorry.
Kim Wilson, General Manager, Mountain Construction Company. So regardless of the asphalt plant being there or not, the gravel is going to be removed. I think it says 1,600 trucks. It's actually going to be less than that. It's closer to 1,000. I think probably 1,600 was done just to be cautionary, but the gravel's coming out of there regardless whether there's a plant in there or not. We will be utilizing the site, and we have started stripping the operations, and we'll begin mining very soon.
And can you tell, where would you haul the gravel?
It will be coming through town to the Stampede Pit, where we have a permanent asphalt plant and have for years.
Okay. Commissioner Thiel.
Kim, while I have you in the microphone, can you explain that this plant is or is not temporary? It is not a permanent pit.
Yep,
so
it's a
It'll only
temporary.
be there during the time of construction needed for the reclamation of the hot pilot highway, right?
Correct, and possible
At this
time, correct. And just to add on that, the state only allows asphalt paving from May 15th to October 15th yearly. So that falls in their limitations. This project does have a completion date on it too. Another thing I'd like to touch on, if I could, the hot plant does contain, it has passed all of the environmental DEQ, and it's a whole bunch of stack testing. We start the plant up and we have to run it at max capacity, which is about 600 tons an hour, which we will never run at. We'll run actually closer to 200 tons an hour, but the DEQ comes and monitors you for 7 days straight. They make sure that your emissions are under the guidelines at max capacity for all of that. And that is on file with the DEQ. We have all of the current permitting. It runs through a baghouse. So the hot plant is actually the cleaner of the operations. The crusher is what produces the dust. It's not contained, whereas the plant is.
And can you touch on how is something like that regulated? I mean,
Yeah, through the DEQ. So the mine has its own permit, and with the mine having its own permit, it has a land quality permit, an air quality permit, and a stormwater permit. So, and that's just for the land. And then we have all three of those for the actual portable asphalt plant. The permit number is CT 1919. It's on file with the Wyoming DEQ, but they come out. You give them every piece of, they test everything that can have emissions that's involved with the plant. So all the generators, all the engines, the burners, and then the support equipment needed, which would be a loader and things like that. And they test the emissions and go from there.
okay. Any more questions from staff?
Mr. Chair, I have one. And it's, I guess I just need clarification on the permit. So the one that we have here, I guess is for, well, it says it's Diamond Spirit LLC, but, and I don't know if you have a copy of it, but on number 8, page 2, number 8, it says hot mix asphalt plants and concrete batch plants cannot be located, operated at this site unless authorized by an appropriate permit modification. And then going down to number 10, it says the amount of material crushed or hauled from the pit shall not exceed 15,000 tons per year. And that records have to be kept for 5 years. So my question on that one is, it's saying for 15,000 tons, but the proposal is for 34,000 tons of mix. And, right?
What do you read?
The department, the DEQ permit, I think you gave it to us. What am I?
So may I, Mr. Chairman? So Commissioner Simone, so that letter that I handed you, that was a letter from DEQ. I think it's the Air Quality Division that we had in our file when this SUP was approved 2 years ago.
So I guess.
And so the reason why Joy and I looked at that, and the reason why it kind of perked our interest, because as you read, it talked about limits and it talked about no batch plant. But then according to what Kim just said, evidently, I didn't know this, but it sounds like the asphalt plant has its own permits from DEQ separate from, for example, that permit, because that permit would have just been for the actual gravel pit. Or that letter would apply to the gravel pit. Anyhow, but that letter was from DEQ and it was received from the Air Quality Division. And that was when this SUP was first approved 2 years ago. Does that answer your question?
No, because I guess I need clarification because this is suggesting that on number 8, that you can't do this unless it's authorized by an appropriate permit modification. So is there a modification?
Commissioner Simone, that I cannot answer.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, that's why we're here. So at the last meeting, that's what we were asking for, was a modification. And that was denied because we have to have modification to our special use permit before we can modify it. It is also correct that both the crusher and the hot plant have 2 separate portable air quality permits for their encompassing all of the equipment.
So, Mr. Dill, I guess I got a question here.
Yes.
We're looking at this permit from DEQ. Do you notice the current SUP limit the amount of gravel? Or is this just from the DEQ?
Mr. Chairman, I do not know that. I didn't do a deep dive into that original SUP material. I know we have the conditions in our staff report, but I really didn't do a deep dive. I looked at some things that applied to that original SUP that was approved 2 years ago, but I didn't look at all the details of that.
Okay.
Is that what you're asking?
Yes, yeah. Well, I mean, I was curious to actually, set the limit, but I mean, that was my question.
Yeah, that I do not know.
So regardless of what happens today, the original SUP still stands and the conditions still stand unless they're modified with the asphalt. So
Correct.
the same conditions apply to the first SUP regardless.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, I have another question, Mr. Chair, if I may. And I'm again reading from the same permit, but I'm assuming it was also, I think it was also in the conditions. I just can't find them, the original SUP conditions. That all work areas and stockpiles shall be treated with water or chemical dust suppressants. All unpaved haul roads should be treated with water or chemical dust suppressants. Are we doing that regularly, and how often are you doing it? I guess that's not a question for Mr. Dillon, but a question for
Yes, we are. We're getting water from a neighboring landowner. There's minimal operations going on right now. We're just mobilizing in and out, but we will continue operations. They run a water truck full time the whole time the crusher's going. So that whole time that we're crushing, there'll be a water truck on the premises, up and down the road, watering the piles.
So in follow-up, I guess if I'm understanding you correctly, it's not currently being watered because it's not being, you're not.
No, we are watering. We currently, yeah, there's a water truck there. They're running it as needed, but there's nothing really in production right now. We're just getting set up, getting the area prepped.
And when you're more actively using it, what will the water treatment be?
They
during that
apply
time?
water the whole time that we're crushing all day. We have a dedicated water truck driver, full-time employee.
And then doing the road as well?
Yep.
Every day?
Yes. Oh, multiple times a day.
Okay, any more public comment? Yes, sir. State your name, please.
About 9,000 yards from the site. Sorry, 900 yards from the site. People are confused about the time frame on this. It's very confusing. It sounds like that this is a 5-year where we do X number of weeks every summer for 5 years or until the gravel pit is fully depleted. Is that true? If it's not, what is the time frame? I know that in the options that Kim put together, option 3 says only do it one summer, which would certainly be the best of those other options. But it seems to be implied that in option 1 or 2, this could go on for 5 years.
Mr. Dillon, can you address that? Because I think that's incorrect.
Yeah. So my understanding with this SUP, like all SUPs, unless there's conditions saying otherwise, this SUP goes on continuously as long as the applicant begins the operation within 1 year. I assume they did. And as long as, again, the SUP would continue as long as the activities are commencing every year, the SUP goes on indefinitely.
Right.
Mr. Chair, just to verify Kim though, but the amendment to this doesn't mean that they have to make asphalt every year. I guess that would be a question for that. It should be a question that, because they may not make asphalt every year. They most likely will haul some gravel in or out or do some crushing.
Right.
Which can coexist all right now under their current permit. But my question, I guess, to you is if this were to pass, would that limitation of the 1 year of absent activity of the asphalt plant require them to come back again? Or does this? I don't, you know what I mean?
I understand what you mean. So let me see if I understand. So your understanding is if the board, Mr. Chairman, if the commissioners approve this amendment,
right,
allowing the use of an asphalt plant,
right,
if that asphalt plant is used for a year, then maybe it goes away for 3 years. Would they
have to come back?
That is a very good question. And amended SUPs replace the original one. Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Teal, I guess I can't answer that. I don't know that it would, because I'm thinking the original conditions would still apply. And of course, that talks about gravel removal, crushing, screening, things like that. I can't answer your question.
Could we, if we choose to approve this, could we clarify that with I'm gonna say, I'm gonna call it a third condition? That
And
as long as the original SUP is intact, the amendment would go along with it as needed. That's my question.
yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Teal, my thought is it seems to me like you can make a condition if you approve this that says if, let's say, how am I phrasing it? If asphalt mixing does not occur for a year or more, that doesn't preclude the asphalt plant from coming back in the future.
Okay.
It seems like you could make a condition saying that with that effect.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mr. Chair, we do have the one option is option 3, which actually has a specific date, April 1st of 2026 to October 31st, 2026. So that is another option and if they need to go into next year to come in again, but I think that's an option that we could look at to see if the issues are bad enough to maybe redo this, but I think that would be, as far as Mountain is concerned, is that an option that is okay with you?
I would ask for not to happen, only for the fact I just want to make it very clear, this is a temporary asphalt plant. We pave about 150,000 tons per year. So this is gonna be 3 weeks of our season that this plant is there in running. I know, Todd Frost, the resident engineer out of Cody, he was trying to come this afternoon. He had another prior commitment. There is a couple more projects coming, as you know, this section is in its 20-year, they rebuild everything 20 years. So in the future, there will be a couple more projects. I think one of them comes in 29. And so I'd like to not have to do this over and over again, but just to reiterate, the state only allows you to pave from May 15th to October 15th, regardless. So there's not going to be anything between those after those dates, just between it. And it's no matter the tonnage, we do about 3,500 tons a day. So very short period of time.
So are you saying this project could be 3 weeks?
The asphalt, baby.
Sure.
What, yeah.
Might be more public.
All right. Anybody who hasn't spoken, any more public comment?
I have I want a clarification.
Okay. Yeah, for clarification, go ahead.
Yes, you had two limits or figures. One is 15,000.
Say your name again.
Oh, my name is Cleve Holloway.
Okay.
And I'm adjacent to the pit area. You had two limits of 15,000 tons per year and then another figure of 34,000 tons per year. It was my understanding, and please correct me, that they've already been approved for the 15,000 tons per year. That's for the sand and gravel. And they get an extra 35,000 tons per year if they do the asphalt, or what do these two figures represent? Go over that again, a clarification.
All right, Mr. Dillon, I think one of the things we need to clarify with the original SUP of is there a limit and what that limit would be?
Yeah, that's a very good question, Mr. Chairman. And I don't remember seeing one. That doesn't mean there isn't one there, but I don't remember if there is one, what that limit is.
Mr. Chairman, I would think that what I've seen of the RSUP from the county, there is not, but the DEQ can put in anything they choose to.
Right.
That does sound, that sounds like it's probably accurate, Mr. Chairman.
Because they do monitor and regulate it. We really don't. We just
Yeah. Okay, any more public comment?
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Colin Simpson representing Anthony Jolovich. I would just like Ms. Wilson to clarify that if the asphalt hot batch plant is not allowed at this facility, the gravel will be trucked out of this pit, the Diamond Spear pit, through Cody to the city of Cody pit at the rodeo grounds, made into asphalt, trucked back through to the project on the Powell Highway. About the same number of trucks. Double trucks because it's going both ways. And have there been, I don't think there have been any complaints about the gravel pit to date. At least that's what Joy Hill said at the last hearing. And the reason we're having this hearing is because she didn't believe under the regulations that this was a minor change, and therefore it needed the hearing before the county commissioners, and that's why we're here. And we appreciate the public comment. We also appreciate the concerns of the public. We understand that they're real. But we also believe that Mr. Jolovich and Diamond Spear have the right to produce this material there. And really, I've been on the property a number of times. I've hunted chuckers out there. The water is all on the north end or south end, southwest end. I get a little sideways back there between Cody and Powell, but the water doesn't run anywhere close to where this pit is. So that's not a concern. If it were, DEQ would address it in a water quality permit. The technology of the batch plants is continually improving. Is that correct? And so we would ask that you not limit it to 1 year of 2026 because we don't think that that's justified. If you're going to limit it to the time that the DEQ allows for asphalt production, May 1 to November 15th of each year. And we think that that's a reasonable accommodation. There are about 5,000 cars a day that pass on the Powell Highway. And we're talking about 1,000 truckloads, possibly during a time. And the word intermittent was used in the staff report. What the actual letter from Sage Engineering said in 2023 was not that the truck traffic would be intermittent, but that the operation would be intermittent. And there's a difference. You can have an operation that only operates 3 weeks a year to make asphalt, but they're running constantly. And that's what was intimated in that letter and clearly stated in that letter. So it's a bit misleading in the staff report to say that we said that the truck traffic would be intermittent. I guess you could take it that way, but really that's what the letter says. The operation would be intermittent. And that's what's going to happen because there aren't enough highway projects to require that much asphalt to be produced. Am I correct? And who else around in Park County does the highway work like Mountain Construction?
Nobody does. And just to reiterate, we're one of 2 last standing Wyoming-owned businesses in the state of Wyoming. So everybody else is a conglomerate of a larger corporation. We are in, I try to keep my guys home. It helps me with my employment and helps me have happy employees. So we go aggressively attack our work in our home. And I would say 50% or more of our employees live and work in Park County. So we're here too. I know what it's like to live on a gravel pit. So
How long have you worked for Mountain Construction?
I worked for Mountain for 21 years.
And we all see Mountain Construction out in the county, around the state, building roads that we drive in and on, and we know what kind of quality work they do. And I know what quality work Mountain Construction does as well. They have a high ethical standard in their business and they meet it. And they're trying to improve and be inventive, and they've proven that in their own business. And so with that in mind, and the DEQ requirements and monitoring and testing, we understand that there are some impacts, but those impacts are minimized by the DEQ permitting and requirements. And we don't believe that any additional requirements through the commissioners are necessary to protect the public. The SUP, the amended SUP would say you can only operate between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. Monday through Friday. That's the same as many of the other gravel pits that I'm aware of north of town. So we think that that's compatible. That issue that you raised, Commissioner Simone, I didn't see anything about that in the staff report, so that's kind of out of left field for us at this point. The question about the DEQ letter from 2013 or 2023, that wasn't addressed in the staff report or the material I received from the Planning and Zoning Commission, so I'm not sure where that issue was brought up, but this has already been permitted, and in GR5, this is allowed. Most of this ground is in GR5. So we would ask that you just go ahead and allow it as it is on an annual yearly basis. And I know that there are regulations that apply to inactive SUPs, and that would still apply, I believe. Since the staff report seems to indicate that some of those other gravel pits, the SUPs had expired. I don't know if that's true. I don't know what the SUPs say, but that's what the staff report says on the, what is it, B&W pit, and then the Park County pits that are out there right around this area. I mean, this is beautiful gravel for crushing and asphalt production. And in 2010, when the Powell Highway was first reconstructed, that's where the production was done, the asphalt was produced, and it was trucked. And it makes sense to do it there again. And yes, there is beautiful groundwater out there in those pits, and there may be again in other pits, unless it's just reclaimed in some other manner, as Mr. Jolovich may desire. But the Reeds have some nice ponds on their property. Is there anything else?
Yes, my name is Anthony Jolovich. In asking the commissioners to amend this, this allows us to go to the State of Wyoming Department of Environmental Quality, Air Quality Division, to also amend the permit that we are currently operating under. That will increase the amount of truckage and production from the original permit. And so, yes, there would be allowed for the increase to the 34,000 tons from the earlier stated 15,000 tons. That is the purpose of us being here, is to ask the commission to approve this so the State of Wyoming's DEQ can approve a revised permit for operations and asphalt production. Thank
Okay,
you.
just so you don't confuse anybody, because I think people get to think about this permit. This is, the DEQ is not going to change what's on your permit right now. All it is it changed their standards as far as they are concerned. They will inspect that, but it doesn't change your existing SUP, correct, Kim?
Yeah.
This is just for DEQ air quality.
Yes, correct.
Which means they're still going to monitor just as hard.
Yes.
But it's just
Harder.
they have
Yeah.
harder. They have to change.
Yeah.
They have to have that changed in order for you to get that permit.
Yes.
Sir, I'm sorry, we've already heard.
Mr. Chair, so just to clarify,
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I pulled up the SUP from before, so it's from our meeting. I just closed it, but in February 7th, I think, or 10th. That SUP says that he has to be in compliance with the DEQ air quality, that he has to produce the permits for DEQ air quality or whatever the other permits that are required. The permit that I'm referencing is that DEQ permit for air quality. That one under number 8 says that the mix asphalt plants and concrete batch plants cannot be located or operated at this site unless authorized by an appropriate permit modification. So what's happening here, so everybody understands, is they can't move forward with a permit modification unless we approve this amendment. So DEQ will not change the air quality permit that we have in front of us unless we amend the SUP.
Correct.
And that's what I was referencing. So, and I was just clarifying because the current air quality permit only allows, it says the pit shall not exceed 15,000 tons per year. And we're talking about basically doubling the amount of tons to 34,000. And so that's what I was referencing, is I was confused because this was not in our board packet, but when you go back to the SUP, this is referenced in the original SUP.
But in the original SUP, it doesn't limit the amount.
It doesn't say 15,000 ton.
Right.
But it references this permit specifically, that he has to be in compliance with the DEQ permit. So basically, you can infer that it has to, it's 15,000 tons.
Sure.
Because it has to comply with DEQ.
If, Mr. Chairman, but if it's just an estimated amount of 15, it doesn't limit them to that.
It says the pit shall not exceed 15,000 tons per year.
The applicant estimates an annual production of 15. Where are you reading not exceed?
Mine's on the second page.
We don't get.
We didn't get a second page.
Mine's on page 2, number 8.
All right. Well, mine, I didn't get the full thing. My fault. Sorry.
So that was what I was trying to clarify, is that what was happening here, because the DEQ permit is different than what we're asking. But now I understand that unless we amend this SUP, then DEQ will not amend this permit.
And Mr. Chairman, of the amendment, it says in condition 14 that they would have to get that prior to commencement. If we were to, we haven't got that far yet, but I'm just saying, condition 14, prior to operating this plant, the applicant shall provide evidence from the construction permit from the Air Quality Division of Wyoming DEQ. Right? So I think we're covered there.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead, gentlemen. Can you say your name and say again?
I'm Tom Northern at 52 Don Lane, and I wanted to get a clarification on the hours that this plant can run, because this gentleman just mentioned 7 to 7, and I thought that was 7 to 5 was the hours.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, Miss.
Mr. Chairman, the SUP says that in paragraph 8, hours of crushing and screening, 8 to 5. Monday through Friday, hours of general operations, daylight hours, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m.
Thank you. Any more public comment? You, just 1 minute, okay? So yeah, just you've already spoke, but we're gonna give you just a minute.
Yeah, Tim O'Leary again. So Mr. Simpson says he knows the area well. I do as well. I farmed it since 2006 to about 2022. When you dig deep enough, you will hit groundwater. I do acknowledge all the wastewater is on the north end of the property, but if you dig deep enough, you're going to hit groundwater. That's why the reeds have such nice ponds there. I'm a little worried about what happens with that groundwater. Thank you.
Mountain, can you express what happens with the groundwater? What happens when you're digging a pit and you start getting water?
We do dewatering, but that's already addressed in the DEQ stormwater permit that's already in place. So the DEQ has already addressed that. And provided that.
Okay.
We aren't anticipating running into any groundwater in this operation.
Well, 1 minute.
Yes, there is groundwater coming out freely, always has been, both sides of the hillside. On my property and his, you can physically see it year round. The other thing is I just want to make sure the crushing plan on the first go round, they were to put that in the pit to help with the noise, keep the noise down. And I haven't heard that mentioned. I would like that to stay as it was in the first SUP.
That,
We already have the first.
Sorry, just a quick question if I could. What is the lifespan of this gravel pit in total if you met your maximum per year of removal?
I don't have a long-term lease on the pit, so I can't speak to that. Diamond Spare owns the pit and it's to do freely what he wants.
Anthony Jolovich again. There's a 10-year commitment, at least with Mountain. Based on the extraction, it could exceed 20 years of production from that site. If that were to increase to 100,000 tons a year, that would decrease it to 10 years. So it varies with the extraction at the time.
okay.
I'm Christine Fuss. I live on Iron Creek Drive. My concern, everybody's talking about DEQ and I get that. So if they've got their quality checks, I think we're covered there, but I'm still concerned. And a number of people have brought this up is about the property value, because I didn't realize until it was dusty on Friday when we got the notification that this hearing was happening, that you could see the dust going for probably a good quarter of a mile from the pit. So the quality, air quality is not being checked right now. But property values in 10, 20 years, nobody's going to want to move in onto Iron Creek and our values are going to go down. And that's a very big concern to me. Tom Northern addressed it also, is that he moved in there for a quality of life. And we can't get that if we have an asphalt plant that's going to be there for 10, 20 years. They say they have a 10-year lease on it. We know for now it's going to be at least 10 more years. And that's very concerning, very concerning.
Well, and to clarify, the gravel or the gravel pit's going to be there. As long as they're permitted, and as long as they follow their stuff that they're permitted. I mean, the county's issued it, it's a done deal there. The only thing we have to issue right now is the asphalt. I mean, we know there's going to be 1,000 trucks of gravel coming out of there or 1,000 trucks of asphalt, one way or another. That's going to happen. Now whether it's asphalt or not, but the truckloads are coming out. That's just a given. So, to further, okay, we have one more over here, and then we're gonna, if you have already spoken, okay.
Gregory and I live on Iron Creek, and I feel like from the get-go, for some reason, more than half of us did not get any notice from the get-go when they first started this deal. Well, it tells you 3 people came to the first meeting. Why? Because nobody else knew about it.
And I think to address that, the regulations say we send notices within so many 100 feet of the.
I didn't get one. I never got one on the update. I never got one on this one, and I live on 7 Iron Creek Drive. My concern is also when they do the quality control, the lady mentioned for 7 days, do you know they're coming?
What?
When they do this quality control for 7 days, like you said, to do the air and everything, do you know they're coming? Okay, that.
Or not.
The DEQ will do surprise.
Exactly. That's your initial.
They don't just trust you to set up your place.
Well, the noticing of everybody needs to be more proficient, because they gave me a copy and I went around to all the neighbors and handed out. Nobody even got one. So that's kind of a problem.
Kim, can you explain how you do that with you conduct the radius and?
Yeah, so we go to GIS, which is our mapping, and we map the property. In this case, it's 100 or maybe 300. It's a big, long north to south piece of property. And we draw a map out 660 feet from every property boundary, east, west, north, south. And every property owner that circle touches gets a notice in the mail.
Anybody who hasn't spoken yet? Anybody who hasn't spoken yet? One last time. Anybody who hasn't spoken yet?
Mr. Chair, I move we close the public hearing.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to close the public hearing. Any more discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Well, Mr. Chairman, if you could, I'm not bashful to start the conversation, so I do want to thank everybody for coming in. There was a lot of very good points brought up and legitimate concerns. I think one of the biggest confusions that we're having in the room is who truly monitors and regulates this. And I can attest 10 years ago, the pit owner was not even required to have these permits. It was the operator within the pit, which in this case would be Mountain, of which you wouldn't even been notified of their moving in and out of private pits. The abandoned pits that we talked about, government is regulated differently than private pits. So county pits that are abandoned, state pits that are abandoned or no longer used is a total different animal. But I can tell you Wyoming DEQ is who oversees the environmental health safety issues. Safety is actually MAM job, but my point is they request and require today that the county's permit is in hand for them to get theirs. So that's why we're here today. As far as regulations, I would advise in the future, if you have concerns, to contact the Wyoming DEQ because they are the ones that monitor and regulate, and they will, trust me, be in there and checking these things. The SUP, I believe that is current covers a lot of the neighbor concerns, maybe not to your liking, watering the road, keeping the dust control down and things like that. But there's a lot of miscommunication of what is really going to be happening here, what has happened. And I can tell you when I was in high school, which was a long time ago, and I'm saying almost 50 years ago, there was a gravel pit there. It was a party place. It was abandoned. It's come and it's gone. So, I mean, there was an old timer and it doesn't matter, but I'm just saying this gravel pit for most of you in this room was there before you even moved here. And I'm sorry that it inconvenience you, and it will be active. It'll be a little inactive. So I guess I'm talking to my commissioners now is I am somewhat in favor, not somewhat, I'm in favor of the amendment. I believe the option 2 would cover everything for the dates of operation. My biggest concern is according to our regulations, if it is inactive for more than 12 months, then it basically goes away. It might be a year and a half and I'm just going to throw this out there. We get to phase 2 of Willwood project. Are we going to have to come back through this? Because that may be a perfect spot to make asphalt for the Willwood project. I think the limitations in place, the health and safety aspect of is going to be regulated beyond our control anyway. So I would like moving forward before I make a motion or somebody does to include some type of condition that this amendment could carry on with the life of the pit under the same conditions. You know what I mean? I mean, I don't want it to be a hang up that this amendment goes away if they're not there the year of 2027.
So you're looking at option 2 then?
Yes, with some language to honor the amendment moving forward as well, not just a one-time deal.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, could I maybe something to think about you're right, SUPs now, they generally state unless there's a condition saying otherwise that they will go away if the use is not used within any 12-month period. Would it help to extend that to 2 years? Or in a condition that you make, or maybe 3 years? Is that a possibility? Or, because what you're saying is use it now, then 5 years from now, if there's no use in that time, they can come back and use it again, which I'm not necessarily opposed to, but I'm just asking you to, maybe think about that. Yeah, SUPs generally go away if the use is halt for a year.
Right, but that's just my concern is the fact that we may have to come back to this if we don't address that limited time. I mean, the time of operation, I think we got covered. I think we have the environmental, the health things covered, maybe not to the extent of everybody's wishes, but I do think that we have covered all that. Health, safety, private property rights. I mean, they're all very legitimate concerns, but I mean, everybody has them. And just because they're in your backyard doesn't make it any less apparent than somebody else's. And so I'm not sure how we want to look at that moving forward.
Yeah.
I'd like to see this amendment be part of a permanent solution, permanent of the SUP. It's not just whether you're screening, whether you're crushing, whether you're washing, or whether you're making asphalt. It's just a part of the original SUP. We already know that they're going to be limited on the time that they can do it. It's not a plan to be a permanent structure anyway. I don't know. I guess asking for input, what you think?
Question for Mountain. Let's do a hypothetical here. Let's say, how long is the stretch you're doing right now?
It goes from Blair's to.
How many miles?
7.
7. Would that be consistent with what you may be doing in 07 or 27?
Yeah.
And so would the time frame be about the same of 3 weeks?
And I think, I had a property or a pit on Brett Reed's in 2010. When I did that project, saying they normally take about 7 miles of chunk. It goes as their budget allows, which isn't gonna be much more than 500 per section.
Mr. Chair, I just came on and verify, you don't know you have that work yet.
No.
That's all bid. It could be,
In 27, right, I have nothing, right now I have.
right now, I hate to say monopoly, but they have a good, a good chance of getting it because of the limited number of contractors. But 2 years from now or a year from now, you don't know. I mean, it's all publicly bid a state job. Off-Doll might come in and get it next time, and they may use a different source. And then these guys get the next 7 miles but they have to come back in here again because they don't have an SUP.
I have other SUPs also, that have the same stuff in Park County, and I don't recall any of them having the 1 year. I mean, because we run 3 portable asphalt plants, and that's never been we've never been known for that before, I guess. So, yeah, I would not like to do, because, yeah, we're gonna bounce around through hopefully 12 pits.
Mr. Chair, so you're looking at maybe eliminating number 11, correct? On the
original.
It's just up.
the special use permit shall expire if the activities allowed by the SUP 256 have not been established within 1 year of the board's approval of the permit.
If I were in their shoes, that's what I would want.
Mr. Chair, I read that, that language to me says that it expires in 1 year if it has not been established. And once it's established, you've met the criteria.
No.
Right? So it's not
Right.
saying unless it's in operation,
It's just if it's not.
you just have to establish it. I'm not a lawyer, but there is one
No,
in the room.
It's correct. It's correct because it says if you have not established it within 1 year of board approval. So it's already established as far as the mine.
Like if they
Yes, it's
started
been
the asphalt, then
Right.
then the use is established.
Yes, I believe it's been established. That's my understanding. The permit was approved in 2024. I assume I wasn't here then, or I left shortly thereafter, but I assume it was established. But our regs also say that the permit will expire if the use is not continued for a period of a year after having been established.
Okay.
So you basically have that year period where activity with an SUP has to continue, otherwise the SUP goes away. It ceases to be valid.
Mr. Chair, that was my point. Even though it's not written in the condition, the inactive use for a year, it's in our regulations. Which is
But
a
it's
good
not in their
time
permit.
while you're there, the DSR, maybe get rid of that. But it's just me.
Mr. Chair, I feel so conflicted in this. It's very hard because again, I see Mr. Jolovich has private property rights and the use is permitted. It's allowed with a special use permit under our zone, under zoning. But I also hear loud and clear from the people around them that feel very strongly about it, with their property rights. I'm leaning more towards option 3 and seeing how it goes. But I also, I think option 3 is a good option, but I don't like that, next year we have to come back and do this all over again and have another hearing that could potentially contest it. So I'm trying to figure out in my mind how we can see how this goes and make sure that, that give reassurance to the property owners around them that the DEQ standards are being met. And I know that that's DEQ's job, but I'm just saying that they have some reassurance that that's going well, that the dust mitigation is happening. I'm trying to find a compromise there where we can do the dates for this year. But without, I guess, not having to have, but we still have to have another public hearing if we extended it, because they would have to come back. And Mr. Dillon, is there any way to not have to amend it again to come back in a year if we do that?
If you're thinking about option 3,
Then if we felt like it went well, then they would have to amend again and do another public hearing again in a year if they wanted to do it next year.
that is my understanding. That permit would be for the hot asphalt batch plant to only operate between April 1st of this year and October 31st of this year. That's my understanding. And then after October 31st of this year, that asphalt plant would no longer be approved to operate. And yeah, my understanding is they would have to come back for another amended SUP.
Mr. Chairman,
I'm sorry, we already called.
could not address the issue of violations or.
I'm sorry, we've already closed public comment,
Well,
Chairman.
it's a new issue.
I'm not piggybacking on you, but in discussion with Commissioner Simone, condition 14, I mean, if they don't do everything they say, they're not going to get a permit from the DEQ. And that is a yearly permit.
They do review it annually.
So for clarification, Commissioner, if they don't follow DEQ and all that, then they just won't get reissued a permit, which.
It's highly probably, if they're in violation of any, whether it's land, air, noise, water, stormwater, they have to have all of these above, all the above, or even an MSHA issue. They are the ones that regulate and monitor, and if they're in violation, they may not be renewed that permit. And I mean, they're the ones that monitor, they're the ones that check it, and if there is a violation and they don't do everything they're saying, that is a yearly check, whether they want it to be or not. I just, so many layers of government that a person has to go through to get to have a job or create a business or do things. And when we don't have the authority really, or the manpower to be out there and make sure everything, that's what there are divisions to do with it. So I guess I understand your concern. I don't believe it is worth the trouble of having to come back every year. I mean, yeah, that's me. So.
It's a pleasure, board.
Mr. Chairman, I move to to accept the Diamond Spear Pit SUP 256 amendment with condition option 2 of condition, I gotta get my number right, I had to move 2, which would limit them operation of asphalt production between April 1st and October 31st of each year.
And you're saying with all staff recommendations.
With all staff recommendations. But would like, I don't know if I want to kill my amendment with possible. That this amendment goes to the life of the SUP from the county.
I'll second that.
Been moved and seconded to approve the Diamond Spear SUP 256 amendment with stacker recommendations, and then number 2, take option 2.
Yes.
Any further discussion
With the amendment being tied to the
SUP,
permanent, to the SUP.
to the 256 SUP? Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed? Nay. I don't know how you want me to.
Nay.
Nay.
I vote aye for approve.
No, that's not how it works. Remember what Dawson says, that it's not how it works. If there's 4. So Dawson's absent. Robert's rule of order to approve. Okay. She opposes, chairman votes, chairman approves. It's perfect. Whatever. Correct me if I'm wrong. Seriously, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that's how it works. She's absent, we saw her first shot, so she's absent, so she doesn't really give it up. Yeah, absent. Yeah, I know. I'll have to.
All right, thank you, commissioners.
Thank you. Yeah.
Oh,
Did you
holy.
find anything on 14?
What about 14?
That condition 14.
That says you cannot operate just because we give you approval until you get the air quality permits from DEQ.
That was part of the
Is that
condition.
part of your?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, that's part of staff recommendations, as I have proposed in
So
mine.
option 2 with those conditions is what passed.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, move to adjourn.
Colleen, what number do you?
Resolution 2026-13.
Okay, thank you.
All
right. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, move to adjourn.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to adjourn. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay.